Hello! Hi, everybody! Hello, Lilin. I see you. Thank you for the snake point. Right. So we are back playing some Book of Hours. Aurora is here. Mostly to hang out and, I believe, organize some games. Yes, hello. Yeah, I think by now, I'll give a little summary to anyone who might be brand new. Book of Hours is a occult library simulation game. You play as a somewhat mysterious and cut off from the world librarian who lives in a big building full of esoteric books and all sorts of nonsense. And most of the game is about, like, vibing with that and just getting lost in an atmosphere. This game is very, very chill. I would say it's comparable to stuff like Stardew Valley, where you can kind of do your own thing. Is this from the Cultist Simulator devs? Yes, it is. This is a sort of sequel to Cultist Simulator. It's not a continuation of the story. It's just set in the same universe and happening simultaneously to Cultist Simulator. Well, sort of simultaneously. It's complicated. It might just be best to say it's in the same universe. Let me just, real quick take care of something, and then we will get started. Okay. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. Ah, right. Where were we? We were at the beginning of the season of spring. And we had just... We've unlocked most of the front of the house, including the entirety of the Watchman's Tower and the Long Tower, as well as most of what would later become the, I believe this is the Barber's Tower. We've unlocked the Grand Ascent up to the 3rd floor, and we're going in sort of 3 directions across the house. We're unlocking various storerooms here and kitchens and such, with the kitchen, pantry, and servants' quarters. And then up here, we've got the Westcott room, the map room, and the old dueling hall, as well as the Vestibulum Transitus, which leads to the rest of the house. We've even grabbed the Golskry Logia, which goes up to here. There's a number of directions we can go in restoring the house at this point after the fire. One of those being down into the cliffs that Hush House is built on top of. One of them being back here to this little other building, and maybe figuring out what's going on with this lighthouse. And one of them being up to this big area in the top of the house. And also, we're gonna want to fill out these bits as well. But honestly, so far we've just been vibing and grabbing things where we can. A couple of notes about rooms to unlock in the near future. The dimly lit chamber here, which we need 5 lantern or 5 rose to unlock. This is an important room, because there's a lot of books here, and this is where the center of your organization tends to be. in the house. Up here, we've got some extra bedrooms. This room will be important if we want to start going into the content added in House of Light, where we can start inviting people over to the house to host salons. And the Barber's Tower has a number of things that help with the crafting system in it. We also are going to eventually want to grab this area in order to get to the spot next to it, because that'll start allowing us to get some important things to eat or drink. Which, we don't need food to survive in this game, but we do need food in order to refresh ourselves and to help reach the proper aspects. So, one of several directions we can go. 5, 5, 5, 5, 6. So all of these areas require 5 of an aspect. Rail and Heart. Key, or bleh, not Key, what am I talking about? Knock and Lantern. Moon and Rose. Rose and Lantern. Yeah, those are the ones. This foundry needs Forge or Scale. The well needs Moon or Nectar. And continuing on past the servants' quarters, we're gonna need Heart or Knock, and that's at 8. So that's gonna be a while. Silvered Snares also require 8 of Edge and Winter. Shadowed Atrium. Oh yeah, we went over that one. And the final 2 spots require 10 each of a principle, which means we're probably not going to get these for a minute. But we will get there. We just need to know what we're doing. So, let's start the day off by seeing what help we can get at the Sweet Bones. It's a cloudy day, so we can also add a bit of moon, which might be helpful. Is today's unusual passerby. We also still haven't actually been introduced to Reverend Timothy over here. Which might be something to deal with. In the meantime, let's start identifying some books. Baronial period. Oh, these are some of the earlier Dawn period books. Now, Dawn period books tend to be a little bit harder to read, so I'm going to start with some Nocturnal period. Meantime, what is this book? The Open Head. This is not a book at all. This is a reel of film that is written in Hyksos. Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. Huh. Alright. Well, this is gonna be a little bit tricky. We don't have a film projector at the moment. Where in the world do I even put this massive thing? It actually... The funny thing is, it doesn't fit back on the shelf where it was. It was right here. But now it doesn't fit there anymore because it's... Oh, wait, no, yes it does. Yes it does, please. There we go. We just turn it sideways. Alright, let's try this again. Go with our Fete. So the fact that it's nocturnal period effectively means that it was written after the turn of the century. The periods of Hush House go Dawn period, Solar Gothic period, Baronial period, I think after the Baronial period is the Kyria period, and then finally the Nocturnal period, which is the most recent. Also spend a little bit of time beachcombing. Got a musician passing by. That's Sky, Rose, and Nectar. Yes, we could use this man's help. A musician is entertaining the patrons of the Sweetbones for pennies. Not very many pennies. He'd jump at a better paid opportunity. Well, there you are. Alright. You have Nectar, Rose, and Sky at 4. Oh, and this book that we've got. This is 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. Oh dear, this is a complicated book. It's written in Fusine, which I don't believe I speak at the moment. So we would have to translate this book first, and then, unfortunately, we would also need Grail to a mastery of 14 in order to make sense of all this. This book can stay where it is for now. Alrighty, so... Nectar, Rose, Sky. The well could go with Nectar, but I don't have a good way to get him to 7. I think Rose is the thing to go with here, because I believe something around here might help with that. Ah! Rose hips, yes. That's a possibility. Phyllis oat bread is another possibility. Actually, hold on a moment. Got a pot of TRN limited drinking cocoa that we could feed him. But allow me momentarily to check something. Ah, I see. The rose hips are something I can easily get back, so that's what I'm gonna go with. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. Right. Have you snack on rose hips. Meanwhile, I will continue identifying books. This one's Curia period. Pot of second flush Assam here, and I can use that along with my fatigued core get a little bit of bed rest and bring back that core. Meanwhile, I'll use this core to speak with Mrs. Keel. Meantime, I'll use my shaft here. Do fixing and mending for a little bit of money. So. With Mrs. Keel here, we can start opening up the Barber's Tower. She only has 2 Grail and will need 5, but we can use Core to give a 3rd. So that means we just need 2 more Grail from a number of things. Do we have any books that can give us appropriate memories? I don't believe we got anything really gave us Grail exactly. Instead, TRN limited drinking cocoa. Got some right here, and that gives 2 Grail. That will perfectly set us up to get exactly what we need. Now, Traveling Musician is at 5 rows. So he'll be able to start opening up the dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clotting the air with shadows. I'll need counter-influences to unwind them. Meanwhile, while he's doing that, we will go ahead and give Mrs. Keel the cocoa. Ah, here we go. What in the world is this? I have never seen this book in the game before. Exorcism for Girls? Simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in straightforward and colorful language. Okay. It's infected with witchworms, which isn't good. Okay. I can probably actually get to the point where I can successfully read this book, but the witchworms are gonna be an issue. Yeah, Sickle and Eclipse should help. And then I can add, probably my metal, which can't be infected. And then just use the knife to get the last bits of edge. But I'm more worried about it infecting other books. I'm gonna go ahead and, take these 2 Nocturnal books, put Exorcism for Girls right here, and temporarily label this shelf Witchworm Quarantine. I believe I have ways to oust witchworms. In fact, I think that's actually one of my more direct skills. If I use surgeries and exsanguinations, yes, this is effective against infestations. So I'll need to use this to get the witchworms out of that book in order to make it safe. Alrighty, there we go. Here's another Nocturnal period. Use Faust for that one. Alright. Mrs. Keel has finished her cocoa. This is From History to Eternity, Contraband Manual of the Inks of Revelation. The author explains in a brief foreword that she is a high-ranking officer of an Agency of the Duties, and that though she supports its mission, she has concerns about the long-term consequences of its work. Interesting, okay. This will teach us how to make some special inks, which is going to be important later. It's got 10 moth, but doesn't have any special languages. 10 moth. I don't know if that's doable. What do I have that has moth? I have the Edict's Liminal, which gives me 2, but that's my only moth skill. Clouds give 1. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it to 10 by just scraping things together. That one will have to be saved for later. Fragment of driftwood that we found with surgeries and exsanguinations. Okay. Let's see what we can do, if anything, about exorcism for girls here. Peak, I'm afraid. Love that book. I would love it too if it wasn't infested with witchworms. Also, Base, hello, welcome. It's good to see you. I forget, actually. I don't remember if you use Examine in order to uninfect books, or if you use a desk. Let me see here. Anything that takes books. Okay, so... This seems to be attempting to read the book rather than actually removing the witchworms, which is what I want it to do. Oh, good lord, I don't remember how to do this. Is there anything else I needed? Enough of an aspect to remove a curse. That's probably gotta be heart then, right? Because heart is the main thing, and it's the color of heart. Yeah, I'm guessing that's it. Which means this is gonna be tricky because I don't think any of the desks that I have right now inherently take heart. Curse will let you know what it requires. Oh, good point. Let me check that. Forgot to check. Winter. I need winter to get rid of witchworms. Oh dear. Well... Sadly, surgeries and exsanguinations doesn't provide any winter itself, so... maybe Solomon's Preparation might help, but... No, that's gonna be a tricky one. I might not be able to read that one for a while. Witchworms often require Edge or Winter. Makes sense, yeah. Kind of just have to kill those things, and Edge and Winter are effectively the aspects most related to death. I'll use my metal to make a little bit of extra money. And there we go. Excellent. This is the biggest trove of books, but more importantly, shelves in the entire game, as I've found. There's tons of stuff here. Curia, Baronial, Nocturnal, Solar, and Dawn. As well as an excellent desk, which wants Heart, Lantern, Moon, or Sky. The Book Wheel is a DeWolf heirloom, a gift to Ava DeWolf from her admirer, the adept Franklin Bancroft. The desk and lectern are much more recent. Steel plaques on both read, "To Gervinus van Loren, in gratitude for his assistance in the closing of the Winding Stair. E. Abney Hastings, Nocturnal Secretary, 1928. We've got a lovely reading armchair. It gives us some moon. Along with a footstool. All sorts of moon stuff in here. Now, how an armchair can be moon, I suppose the softness is there. Franklin is a nightmare of an occultist. IRL, I'd avoid him like the plague. Yeah, admittedly so, but... yeah. I do find that, he comes off as a little bit more, if I remember correctly, a little more positive in this game than he did in Cultist Simulator. Because in Cultist Simulator, we just had the Franklin Bancroft diaries to work with. And that's the one where he spends, like, several chapters complaining that the Rose Witch won't sleep with him. Hi, Paint. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah. This is the one where he spends a bunch of time complaining about Fiona Arshire not sleeping with him. But I do find, looking at To a Pale Lady, I do find his writing to Ava DeWolf rather touching. But yeah, no, he's just doing whatever he wants. Which has potential consequences, as we've seen in this series before. Cucurbit Prisoner Records 1928. Accounts by Governor Cullers, Private Secretary of Interventions and Experiments, in the last years of the Cucurbit Prison, focusing particularly on the Hill Children, wild wood things that have found a shape in the physical world. 12 scale, Hill and Hollow. Right, so funny thing about the Cucurbit Prison, that's actually just over here. When they're talking about Cucurbit Prison, it's physically this building. It's part of the house. To explain a little bit about the history of this place and what all of this stuff means, let me go over the ages here. The Dawn Period, they don't say what the Dawn Period is, sadly, here, but there used to be a... for now, let's just call it a cult. We'll learn more about them later in this game, but there was a cult down here in the cliffs, and those are some of the first structures within Hush House. Then... oh, Hydrate has been redeemed. I will go ahead and drink some water. Thank you so much, Blippi. I'll give a little stretch, too. Right, there we go. Then you've got the Solar Gothic period, which is where the majority of the this central building was actually a cathedral to the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which is, in universe, like, kind of a branch of Catholicism. Sorta. It's a little bit... I never know quite how powerful or well-known these groups actually were. And but yeah, there's still some of their stuff up here, but most of the center of the house has been refurbished. That happened in the baronial period, where after the church had sat without its actual people for some time, the land was given to the De Wolf family. And that goes through the Baron Brankrugs, the De Wolf line. We have Hendrik, we got Walter, and we know that there are 7 of these, and they go up to Ava de Wolf. And Ava de Wolf vanishes without heirs, as far as we can tell. So then, that's when the Curia period happens, and the Curia of the Isle take over and make this place into an actual library. Then, later on, they run out of money because of Thirza Blake spending a lot of money on stuff. We'll talk about Thirza Blake at some point during all this. But that's when the Nocturnal period happens. That one actually I have, So the Nocturnal branch of government, later known as the Suppression Bureau, started funding the place. But there were some things that happened in exchange for that funding. One is that we had to submit to inspections. And the other is that they built this entire private prison to the back of the island that the head of the Suppression Bureau at the time used for his own purposes. And the thing is that at some point during that period, there was a massive fire, burnt down the whole place, or in theory, we actually have not seen much fire damage to anywhere. But there was a fire, and the whole place was left in ruins, which we are now restoring. But also the Suppression Bureau has fucked off, effectively. And we're back under the control of the Curia of the Isle again. So, in the future, I suppose that this would be called the Second Curia period? Because it's not the Nocturnal period anymore. We no longer answer to the Suppression Bureau. But we do answer to the Curia of the Isle. They're the ones that are sending us money every month. So, who knows? Anyway. Got 10 seconds. Right here. That gets us our core back, which we will then use to collaborate with Mrs. Keel. For the time being, I'll put those prisoner records back here. Should be just enough. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. And there we go. Oh. Ah! And we made our money. Excellent. Oh wait, hold on, we may have just solved the problem that I commented on earlier. I forgot that it was here. Here's our projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary. Or so he said. Rumor has it he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. Okay, I have at least one thing in common with Governor Collars, and that's that I absolutely love Buster Keaton's films. If you haven't seen any Buster Keaton films, they're like classic silent films from the era of Charlie Chaplin. Buster Keaton is incredible. His thing is that he has the world's greatest poker face. He will do something ridiculous and remain entirely stone-faced the entire time. Those films are very funny. We've got some more Second Flush Assam. We have an uncatalogued Nocturnal Period book. And up here, the Motley Tower. Okay, the door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant had probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. Heart or Moth? There we go. I like to imagine the Mansus as a great hall with many stained glass windows. The light shines through the windows in order to intersect and take shape at the table. Some colors create feasts, feasters, conflicts, and rules. The various intersections create the world as we know it in an as-above, so-below sense, but they reference dreams, not afterlives, if there is a difference. That makes a certain amount of sense to me. Stained glass is definitely a thing that, is important in the series, considering the Stained Glass Tarot, and the interplay of light and shadow is definitely part of the cosmology of this series. What with the glory above the Mansus and nowhere below the Mansus, and everything shining down from the glory. So the idea that the hours almost represent like different arrangements of principles as a form of glass, where the glory is just like unfiltered reality, and the hours give it shape, just like they give shape to time, which is why they're called the hours, basically. I haven't talked about that much. I've mostly let people who are new to this this universe like wonder what we mean when we talk about the hours. That's probably the most direct statement I've ever given on them, is that they do match up to the actual hours of the day. At least in some aspects. We don't know if there's actually 24 of them. But broadly speaking, point is, I think that idea of the glory being light and the Mansus having the stained glass windows that creates the world in an as-above, so-below sense makes a lot of intuitive sense. Them being outside the 24-hour arrangement is significant. Yeah. So it's interesting because, like, my tarot deck that I got for Cultist Simulator does list the hours as if they're 24 on the major arcana, but some of them are missing. It actually skips straight to the world being 25, and it's, I think it was the Crowned Growth that's listed as number 25, and that's one of the gods from nowhere, so who knows what's going on there. And I remember that there's some stuff in this game that suggests that there's apparently an explicit number of hours, but every source, some of them being the hours themselves, disagree on what the number actually is. That might still be something I'm not entirely sure of how it's supposed to work. Oh, hold on, what have we got here? A white jade tablet written in crack track. Sure. Thank you, Oriflammes. Alrighty. I do have House of Light. I have not finished it yet, though. It's over here. Part of the goal of this stream is to actually engage a little bit more with the House of Light content than on my main file so far. It's not for finishing, it's for partying. That's fair. I've done a couple of salons, I think. But yes, I do have fun with that. I'm not sure where this playthrough's gonna go. I plan to make a save and complete both at least one traditional ending, as well as grabbing everyone for the House of the Lighthouse Institute. Because I do think that that's an interesting idea, and I'd like to involve myself a little bit more with the characters in this setting. Who's today's visitor? Also, I should put this driftwood down somewhere. Look at Secretary Persistent slot requirements. I remember the Secretary Persistent is Rowena. Or no. Was that the Secretary Vigilant? No, okay, she's Secretary Persistent. Exhausted and compromised, and established a successor to the Curia of the Isle. Interesting. Secretary Persistent must not only be immortal, but must stand with one foot outside the laws of the hours, and so she must always be a Lygean. So it's gotta be just her. It's Morgan, okay, an Alakite, a Lygean. Oh, hold on, I need to, real quick get the chat out of the way to read that properly. Socialite, yachtswoman, and under the name Morgan, an Alakite, a Lygean. The former means, among other things, that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. Alright. So yeah, I need to move this down a little. There we go. Treasurer could be any of these people. Interesting. Okay. And you put in your journal, of course. If you cannot find a suitable Secretary Persistent, Rowena will continue to serve in that role, even as she continues to wane. Yeah. Okay. So, we need 5 heart this time. 1 heart. 3 heart. Something I can do to get 5. I could give her Ruby Wise Ruin. That's one possibility. What do I have in the pantry? Give her some canned ham, and then work together. Excellent. Oh yes, what's in here? Reeking chamber. The room reeks like a rotting reptile. The curtains ripple restlessly with the watchful presences that Von Loren left behind. Perhaps I can find someone to sing them to sleep. Right, this is the music room, as I recall, which is actually going to be fairly important for making some interesting things later in the crafting system. Right. And now... everything goes easier with song. Poet passing by. A poet has come to the Sweet Bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. Winter, moth, and sky. Do I need any of those? I could use moth for this, but I've already gotten Mrs. Keel for that one. Sky. Excellent. So if I remember correctly, he's probably going to give me 4 sky, which means I'll need to make up 1 with Faust, and 1 I can probably give him the Astrolabe, yes. In that case, I'll use my Shaft to get some extra money. Catalog a baronial period here. You were open to be spoiled for small secrets, right? Absolutely. I got so much delight from learning about the other ones that there's no way I wouldn't be open. Top left panel of smoking room. I think you already showed me this one. That's the Westcott room, right? Right here. Yeah, you, I believe you showed me this one last time. Oh. Yes. Yeah, it's still really cool. And now... there we go. Together, we'll be watchful. This is Okor Okor Tisalak Ogkor. A surprisingly chatty text by an entity that identifies itself as The Excellency Nathobasis. I see. His Excellency is waiting forever. Well, he'll have to wait a little longer, because I can't do 12 knock right now. Heart in a jar, right? That reminds me, I should probably, I'm gonna still need heart in the future. Canned ham is actually quite good for that, so let me go ahead and, Some folks in the Mantis dream of a bejeweled beetle in a glass box frozen in time. I'm sure it's as significant as most bugs are. You know, normally I can at least keep up. I have no idea what that even means. Sim dreams that give glimmering description. Interesting. Okay. So yes, this is how you buy things in this game. We're doing it through a order form from a catalog, effectively. And it did take me a little while to figure out, like, how this setup worked, like the 1/6. But if I remember correctly, let's say I were to order a pack of Dawn Lion coffee. Actually, no. I'm going to order Assam tea because I've been using that a little bit recently. Yeah, so that's, oh, shoot. If you'll excuse me, I just accidentally spilled my water. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I apologize for that. Um, I gesticulated a little bit too wildly. Just so you all know, when I'm explaining things, I am still moving my hands. I've heard that's an Italian thing. I'm part part Greek, so maybe that's where that comes from. But either way, I do that thing where I'm constantly gesturing with my hands, even when I'm talking over a microphone. And my hand knocked over my cup of water. It wasn't as bad as it could have been because I was keeping it on a tray. So instead of going onto the wooden coffee table, it mostly went onto the tray and the rug. So I now have to dry off the rug, but we should be good now. Anyway, what was I saying? Nico, I got 11 minutes, but I am here. Thank you, Nico. Love you. But yes, so yeah, the 1/6 is effectively 1 shilling, then 6 pence. If it says 6D, then that's just 6 pence. 1/dash would be just 1 shilling, so on and so forth. It's a system that's not familiar to me because I've grown up in the United States, so I'm not familiar with British currency, but I've gotten better at this as time went on. And so that order form is going to cost about 18. So I can slot in a half-crown. And I should get a shilling back. And in 3 days, we will get our tea and our ham. Got 6 pence from the work we're doing there. I'll do some more work at the place. Alright, we've got 5 sky. And yeah, that's gonna be the Reeking Chamber we're unlocking. So we want one more, which I can do by giving him the Astrolabe. Our baronial period book. Oh, this is one I can actually read. 7 Faces of Icarus. In the early 1530s, the last abbot of St. Brandon's, called Roaring Richard, set down his conversations with the illiterate local cunning man, Red William. I see. So this is baronial period. Subject is furs and feathers. And it's only got a sky of about 4, so yeah, I think this one we can read. 4 sky is very doable. I get 1 of it from my Faust. Do I have any sky zones? Yes, I've got 2 of it from Sights and Sensations, and then I just use the Astrolabe for the 4th. Excellent. Finally, a book I can actually read. Right. And, speaking of books. There we go. And now we have Motley Tower, Illopolis Nook. Christopher Illopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Illopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Cucurbit. Relations between the Cucurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. And that gives us some more books. It gives us quite a bit of art. It's a decent copy of a Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Love in a Quiet Place, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. That is, as always, incredible. We've got the Barber's Chair. This is a crafting station that takes soul, skill, memory, as always, with a focus on Grail, Heart, and Moth, and then also takes an extra element of the soul under Regret, and an extra memory under Recall. Brendan Fraser bust. Yep. Fraser Strathcoin. This bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. Why do these people keep making their busts out of ridiculous things? Alright, you're coming with me, Strathcoin. Okay. I'm pretty sure he was the 4th librarian. I'll put him here for now. Now, our poet should be good. Excellent. Oh, and we got our White Jade tablet. Supposedly copied from a tablet of White Jade, which serves as the Covenant Stone of the Grove of the Green Immortals, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. So, okay, what does that mean? So there's this concept called the Watchman's Tree. So I've talked about the Suppression Bureau before, right? There are these people who want to, like, kind of get rid of occult knowledge and not let people have it. So how does that square with them allowing for the existence of these occult libraries? Partially it's because they need the stuff too, but also it's because certain repositories of knowledge have a form of protection under what's called the Watchman's Tree. Hush House is one of these libraries. The Grove of Green Immortals is a separate one. If we have all the Covenant Stones, what's up with the other libraries? Well, I mean, isn't this just a copy of it? Or do we actually have their Covenant Stones? Because I don't remember us having all of them. Yeah, I think they're just copies. I doubt that the Grove of Green Immortals is without its token. And this is Kitling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Oh, another Kitling Ripe book. I'm familiar with Kitling Ripe and the Moldy Warp's Grave, but this is a new one. It's for Nectar. I don't think I have any Nectar skills yet, sadly. But I might be able to do it with Rain. Subject is spices and savor. Oh dear, keeper skin. Oh right, I don't have a Nectar desk, right. That's all the way up here. Or no, was there one down here? There might have been one down here. No, that's not a desk. That's a different crafting station. That's Thiers's nonsense. Also, we've got Keeper Skin. This book is blotched with Keeper Skin, a luminous fungus that grows in the wood we see in sleep. and enters the world when a dreamer inhales its spores. This affects Arab and core, and spreads to nearby objects. It wants nectar. Okay, once again, let's try and keep this thing a little bit quarantined. And we can use our last health for some manual labor. And here, we have the Mazarine Room. Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. This is a great room. Also, I believe that Kitty Mazarine was the second librarian. Go Ambrose Westcott, Kitty Mazarine, Solomon Husher, and then Strathcoyne. I think that's right. I'll check later. But this room has quite a lot of stuff in it. 4 separate crafting stations for us. All musical instruments. Quivering double bass. I really love playing as the ghoul in Cult of Sim. What a little vibe farmer. Oh yeah, the ghoul was great. I absolutely love the mechanic of, like, spending a lot of your time talking to a painting. It reminds me of, like, the picture of Dorian Gray. So yeah, I think all of these basically work, all these instruments basically work the same. They have a soul, skill, memory, application, which can be an element of the soul, anything that is counted as a sound, and an omen, and inspiration, which is just any memory. But this one likes Grail and Sky. The harp is Sky and Moon. The grand piano is Sky and Rose. And the drum is Sky and Heart. I may have only lurked, but I gotta run now. Break just ended. Okay, bye-bye, Nico. Thank you so much for coming. I very likely will. I enjoy playing this game for long periods of time. It's just... this game is just so relaxing. Which, funnily enough, is not something I can say about Cultist Simulator. I played that one for a long time, but not because it was relaxing, but because it was addictively stressful, which sounds bizarre to say, I know. And here we go. Clouds again. We've had clouds 3 days in a row. Wow. Alright. Who's today's unusual help? Now we're starting to need 6 heart up here. I don't think I can get the canned ham situation again, so I'll leave off on this tower for the time being. Let me actually see. What can I do with Forge? Pretty sure, okay, so we can just basically for free grab Denzel's help. Okay, yeah, he has 2 Forge. We can get another 2 from adding metal. How do we get the other 2 Forge? Dawn Lion Coffee helps with Forge. I have read my own journal, and I do believe I grabbed the skills. It was, Sickle and Eclipse and Surgery and Exsanguinations, if I recall. Oh, right. Actually, this is easy. Hold on a second. All I have to do... Was there, a desk where I can get... All I really have to do is reread the Book of Cinders, and we will be golden. In the meantime... Oh, right! I was also going to read, Seven Faces of Icarus. Okay. We're gonna use this new desk. We want Faust, and we're going to use Sights and Sensations. Along with the Astrolabe. And in the meantime, I can also use my Tryst to catalog a Solar Gothic book. Another poet. Winter Moth Sky. Do I still need any of those? Rail and Nectar. Could use Moth here, and I think he's got like 4. Which the Clouds would help with. Do I have anything else for Moth? Skin chuck him. Fair point. I could use the Skin Chuck Mead. Yep, got it right here. That seems like a bit of a waste, though, admittedly. I only need the 1 moth. Oh, I give him some honey. That's way easier. Alright, let's talk about the weather for a bit. Malachite Supplications. I can read it, it's just Greek. Prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. And 8 moon. Sickle and Eclipse gives me 3 moon. Trist itself gives me 1 moon, so that's already 4. We now have access to the Lunar Globe, which gives us 5. So I would need a memory that would give me 3 more moon. That's not right now, but it's not unworkable. Heck. There we go. Okay. And there we go. Forge the work accomplished. And now we have a foresight memory. And that we can give to Denzel to get him the rest of the way there. Unhatched Hymns. This one's written in Sabazine. I can't read that one. And it's 10 lantern. Hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. That's a big one. That's an interesting perspective. There we go. I do like that silence is part of the playlist. There's something about just hearing the wind blowing in the background that's amazing. Right. Now, this room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. I'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. Alright, Denzel. And as for the poet... have some honey. Oh. Nyx Abolix. This one is, Chionic Theoplasma. Attention of one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. Oh boy, God, I'm gonna have to quarantine this again. Those feasts that occur, those feasts that are not to be witnessed. Oh yes, we were reading the Seven Faces of Icarus. Let's see here. Red William describes the 7 forms in which he goes about and under the world: viper, cat, fox, eagle, dove, boar, and crow. Abbot Richard ingeniously fits these all into a framework of solar belief. Interesting, interesting. Different from the dancer's methods. Yeah. Room at a time. We're still busy unlocking the foundry. And according to Abbot Richard, each of Red William's forms is closer to the sun and is increasingly winged with virtue. Richard draws an analogy with the waxen wings of Icarus. Hypocrisy and false virtue will melt before the sun's heat, and so sincerity and untrammeled expression of the self are the utmost piety. It's worth noting that only a year or two after Richard wrote this book, John Tregonwell was so appalled by the debaucheries of the monks of St. Brandon's that he recommended the monastery's immediate dissolution. Interesting. So it looks like Abbot Richard was actually trying to incorporate some things that might have been against scripture into the religion, and the monks of St. Brandon's got burned for that. Ah, this is a fear book. And it gives us the lesson on furs and feathers, which I will be able to study momentarily. Makes sense. Furs and Feathers is all about understanding of beasts. Gives us scale and sky. And a new Dawn Period book. Skin of Silver. The epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith with the remnant giant Antaeus. Oh. I've seen the name Antaeus around in my other playthrough, but I don't think I've ever actually found this book. This'll be interesting. It's Disciplines of the Hammer, and it's written in Deep Mandaic, which means it's going to be a minute before we can read this thing, but that'll be something. For the time being, I'm going to put this shelf, and let's see here. 1 Dawn Period, 1 Solar Gothic, One baronial. It's not big enough to hold all of them. There we go. And now we have one of every type of book saved. And as long as I just don't touch these until Oriflamme runs out of books, I'll be able to potentially get those special books that are the final version. Oh yes, and let's grab our new skill, and here we go. Here's the foundry. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brandkrug village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure he could have his pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments. A bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. So, something that interests me here, right, is that, like, it mentions that this is a bad place to be in summer and a good one in winter. And, you know, we've got some candles around, rarities and oddities. I'll open those up in a bit. Various tools. Regensburg Balm, that's an herbal cure. A bunch of spanners, just all stuff you would expect to see in a foundry. But why is there Solomon's Preparation here? We don't really know exactly what Solomon's Preparation is. I've always compared it to morphine, but I wonder if it's here because its heavy winter aspect is just to sip on to keep yourself cool in the foundry. Drinking Solomon's Preparation does not make things quieter, though. Beasts, Birds, Husbandry, Harvest. This could be Nyctodromy or the Bosque. Right. There we go. I was like, I swear there was something I needed to do, but I almost forgot to unlock the Barber's Tower. Snootlery jar, Pog. There's another desk at the top of the Barber's Tower, which I'm slowly working towards. That'll be helpful, but honestly, this room I remember being very important for giving me a lot of crafting materials. Oh, a nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. Right, here we go. We have a brazen clock, which is Lantern Forge wall art. And we have a number of things here. We have Lethe. We have a Mortar and Pestle. Crush. Have you looked in all the glinting tchotchkes? I don't know if they face right or left. I think this is the first glinting tchotchke I've seen thus far, but... yeah, let's, oh no, I can't do that one. I'll have to wait. Now, one important thing here is that this actually gives us a moth tool. The Shears of the Sisterhood. We got Westcott's compounds, we got some Tanglebrag, a Snoodle Jar. This is a tool that is moth and lantern. It's great. It's just tons of good stuff here. We got Spice Scales. That is a Grail tool. Hourglass. A scale tool. There's so many tools in this room. This is gonna be immensely helpful. And we have the Dispensary, which is a crafting station that is Nectar, Knock, Moth, and Heart. And then it wants Matter, which is either a flower or remains, and a Substance, which is either a fuel, a liquid, or remains. And finally, we have the third floor here. The Theoplasmic Miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. Yes, this one gives us a bed and a desk. Speaking of dreaming unwisely, I'm excited for Librarian's Quarters. This one right here? Or is the Librarian's Quarters further in? I don't remember which room that is. Furthest in. Right, this one, yes. I recall that being an interesting room. Alrighty. What will we do today? Got the Foundry unlocked, and that's as far as we can go along with that path, effectively. This is the next step here. I'd really like to unlock the well. But I don't know if there's a good way to do that. Let's see what we have today. At the Sweet Bones. Oh, rain. Okay. That gives us some nectar, potentially. Might be worth doing a bit of crafting at this point, as well. Do I have cool pears? You mean these? Or no? Pears. Pears. I don't believe I do. I don't think I have any nectar skills, like I said. Ah, Pyrus Orichalcunus. Yes. I certainly can get to 5 nectar, but I'm not sure if there's anything I can craft without a nectar skill. Nectar is such a weird barrier in this game. Yeah, I know. Like, I want a nectar skill, but that means I need nectar to get the nectar skill. Oh right, Fekri's Herbery. That might be the trick. That might be the trick. Okay. I have 1 here, 2 here, 3. I can get up to 4 pretty easily, but after that it becomes problematic. Knife, knife, knife. Oh, okay, that gets me to 5 instead of 4. That's probably somewhat doable. But I also don't have a desk for it, so let's see. Okay. This is Nectar Grail. The knife is Nectar Grail Edge. And health is Nectar Heart Scale. So, yeah, the problem is I can't put the health in the Ava desk. I want something that lets me put in Grail and then either Heart or Scale. Let's see if there's a desk like that. No. Here's Scale. I need 6. Fekri's Herbery is 6 nectar, and I can get to 5. And I'm just hoping I'll be able to make the last one myself. And that would give me herbs and infusions, which would be huge for me. So, like, okay, if I were to go with the Eva desk, it would look something like this. I would put the rain in, and I would grab the knife. And I'm already at 4. But now I can't put in my health to get that extra 5th nectar. None of my skills will help with nectar. And papers is reserved for Fekri's Herbery itself. That's why I was hoping for a desk that could give me just that little bit extra of being able to put in the health element. Because otherwise, I'm doing this entirely with the rain and the knife. That said, It's worth a try. I'm actually going to use my core. Yeah, Rain and Knife Gamble sounds about right. Consulting engineer. Ah, she has lantern. That could actually be useful. Lantern's needed up here. And I think somewhere else, too. No, just up here, but still, that's good. There we go. Right. She has 4 lantern, which means I can just use Faust and work together. Easy, that part's done. I probably could have also used the Snutlery jar, now that I think about it. That would have let me keep an element of the soul. Oh well, I'll do that next time. Okay, what have we got? An Epiphany, a Duende, and an Ubisunt. Nothing I can put in myself. I'm just gonna have to pray. Oh, hey. Cater and Hero delivered. This has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I'll need help to purify it step by step. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab some more money. Oh my god, yes! It worked! Duende gave me 2 nectar. We are golden! Alright, so what was this anyway? The early wisdom of Aeson Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, much later the Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle. As a Skeptodon, Aeson may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he's best with root lore. Aeson identifies a pale seaweed found on the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought unwise for a Skeptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Locks suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brankrug. Is everyone just in love with Ava DeWolf? And this was a satisfaction memory. Okay. I don't think we actually have a place for that one yet. Nah, Aeson is pure of soul. We have Foresight, Impulse, a number of quarantine things up here. one is Solace. This one's Salt. Oh, right. I still need to actually deal with the dog. I'll do that in a moment. Also glinting tchotchkes while you have soul bits. Also dog, yes. Okay. Satisfaction. Where's a good place to put those? As much as putting satisfaction books in the kitchen would be very funny, I actually do want to put, like, food and things in the kitchen. So, let's go ahead and make this shelf satisfaction. No, this place is too... This place doesn't make sense for satisfaction. Satisfaction is a Grail and Heart memory, so... I want it to be someplace that reminds me of Grail and Heart. Maybe in one of the bedrooms, honestly. Health, and we need some kind of food for the dog. It needs to be an egg or remains. No, dogs can eat eggs. I'm not sure they can. But, well, we do have a couple of eggs around. Mackerel is technically remains. Later we'll be able to get all of the eggs that we want. So yeah. No, this still feels weird. This still feels weird. Let's give him some fish. Right, we've got CNH Second Flush Assam. For the time being, I will just put... Copper Dinosaur. I hope you're not listening to Bass. They're just making all of this up. Welcome in, Copper Dinosaur. Thank you for coming to the stream. I have played this game before, so I hope I can tell when exactly some things are real or not. And all of the advice so far has been reasonably good, so... Let me put this in the pantry. And right, we wanted the tchotchkes while I had soul bits. And finally, we have herbs and infusions, which is going to make future nectar adventures much, much easier. That's how they get you. There's no sign of any cranial trauma. Rule that out as a cause of death. Someone has tucked a glinting lens into one of the eye sockets. So now we have a Deer Day lens. This will be useful later. I'll eventually be able to craft these, so I'm not worried about the fact that it's a device. Let's go ahead and put that right here. And now, got a box of oddities. And the lost dog that we're currently feeding is about to become more cooperative. There we go. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This is the loyal dog. Walkies are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. Oh. Oh, that's cute! I never realized the dog counts as a comfort. It's important to move the dog whenever you move your bedroom. He's actually... Hold on. Actually, this isn't even my bedroom. My bedroom's over here. He can't fit. He can't fit in my bedroom. There it goes. No! Okay, no, he lives in the... He lives here for now. I'm so sorry. I can't actually move him to my bedroom. There's not room. Then let him run around. Ooh, good idea. Good idea. Let's see. There he goes. Bitter black salts. Alright, that was our oddity. And this place opened up, too. Excellent. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed this atrium with a shrine to Saint Januarius of... Oh, Januarius of the Gate. I keep saying Janarius. It's Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. Saint Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the dwarves were often said in some sense to be marcher lords charged with the keeping of boundaries. Got an atrium chair. And the shrine to Saint Januarius. Saint Januarius is the name which was wounded, the name of exceptions, the little god at the door. Leashed flame nonsense, yeah. This is a crafting station that likes Rose, Sky, Heart, and Knock. It's got Devotion and Remembrance slots. These are very broad. This takes an element of the soul, an omen, a mark, a light, and something that is cooperative. So a pet, basically. This one takes fuel, memories, pigment, and light. Also, we can use Nyctodromy to evolve things here. St. Januarius was a weird guy. He was spreading fake blood all over the place. Yeah. He reminds me of, like, the stuff that I was up to doing the priest path in Cultist Simulator. You could probably make Nillicant right now if you're real slick and get a Whist. I do have a Whist. It's, just over here. Yeah. Wolf Snow Ampule. Far too cold ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Okay, if the noonday sun, even if it's like doesn't melt in the hottest noonday sun, I probably shouldn't be keeping it in the foundry. Let's put that in. Let's put that over here. Solomon's study. I'm sure he would have liked that. And herbs and infusions. Excellent. Wolf Snow is Ice 9? What? Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I thought you meant Winter 9, but no. You mean literally the material Ice 9. Time to garden. Peak gameplay. Supernatural Stardew Valley. I'm saying! Like, I commented earlier that this is basically... I've tried Stardew Valley several times, and I could never really get super into it. It's fun enough. This is my Stardew Valley. This is the game I can spend hours in. Herbs and infusions. Ah! And effective against corruption, too. Alrighty. Yeah, that was an obscure joke. Wasn't sure if anyone would catch it. Well, luckily for you, I'm a huge fan of the Zero Escape. Righto. Oh, to explain, Ice 9 is it's mostly referenced in the game series Zero Escape, specifically 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, which is an excellent game. But historically, let me look this up. It's from Cat's Cradle by Vonnegut. Ah, I didn't realize where that was from. I know it's referenced in Zero Escape. But Ice 9 is a fictional material that appears in Kurt Vonnegut's 1963 novel Cat's Cradle. Ice 9 is described as a polymorph of ice, which instead of melting at 0 Celsius, melts at 5.8 degrees Celsius or 114.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Which, just to give an idea, this would mean it's a form of ice that would not melt in your hand, because human body temperature is lower than its melting point in Fahrenheit. So yeah, it's a whole big thing. And yeah, there's other stuff to it. I should really read Cat's Cradle. I never have. I know Vonnegut's great. Ice 9 is referenced in 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. And in that game, it's used as a example of... Basically, it's suggested in that story that at some point Ice 9 starts appearing in the world after the first time that it's made. Like, basically, in that series, there's a number of things in the first game that are referenced that are actual real-life conspiracy theories about materials that never existed until they first appear in some freak accident, but then start naturally appearing elsewhere when they wouldn't have before. As well as, like, people sharing knowledge across vast distances and language barriers. And it's all based on this idea of the morphogenetic field, which is people's ability to access a collective subconscious realm of knowledge, which is important to that game's story. Ice 9 is referenced in that story, but I didn't actually realize it was from a Vonnegut book. I always thought it was one of those things that was like a... You know how scientists often come up with theoretical materials that are used for thought experiments? I figured Ice 9 was one of those. I never actually realized it was from a book. Alrighty, let's see. Where was I? Yeah, we have gardening now, so... We're currently in spring. I don't know what this gives us in spring. I'm assuming more sea holly. Let's check it out. Blue Crown. There we go. It's Blue Crown. Alright. Let's also check out today's help. There is also a real material called Ice 9, but it's not what's described in the book at all. Ooh, it's sunny. I wonder. Wainscoe Histories. I can probably read this. 2 lantern. 2 lantern. 2 lantern, yeah. subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. There we go. Also, we have some big rooms here. So, I remember, Base, you mentioned potentially making Nillikant. I do not recall how to make that. What were you suggesting? I have my whist back. Can you put Solomon's preparation with a year tally in a shrine? Ah, Apollo and Marsyas. That's more surgeries and exsanguinations, but I'm definitely going to be able to read that one. Sights and sensations too. Okay, yeah, so Shrine of St. Januarius, plus sights and sensations. Oh, okay. This shrine won't take Solomon's preparation. It will take a year tally. One shrine up, that doesn't have winter. Ah, so I need this one? Yeah, makes sense. Ah, well. Surrealist Painter. Rail Moth Rose. Do I need any of those? Rail for the Rose-Haunted Hall. Ah, Rose for the Abandoned Bedroom, yes. We should definitely start going down that way. Ah! Thank you for the follow, Copper Dinosaur! Oh, let me actually, in case you want to join the Discord, I should probably... There we go. If you'd like to get notified when I go live and vote on what I stream, mostly board games, but I do stream puzzle and kind of more problem-solving games a lot. I didn't know you could be knighted as a realist painter. What? If there's a joke, I don't get it. Oh! Surrealist painter. I see. Okay. Alright, hold on. I'll just hand her the lunar globe. The 6 letters on necessity. Okay, finally we're getting some books that I can actually read. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the secret arts, addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Okay. Cosley was cooking in that one, yeah. Do I have any moth desks? Not really. None of my desks like moth. I'm guessing that... Yeah, I want this one up here. So for now, I will put 6 letters on necessity somewhere close by. Right here. Actually, hold on. Ah, blue crown. Excellent. Now, I do remember wanting lots of blue crown, because, if I'm remembering correctly, this is actually part of how I made Solomon's Preparation regularly in my other save file. Soulbit and flour in the kitchen. Flour in the kitchen? Nothing I can make with it right now, but interesting. Either way, I'll grab a bunch of blue crown. Right. Got the Surrealist Painter. Exercises in the continuity of the South. That is 8 winter and gives rhyme and remembrance. Heck. crooning whisper haunts this room. It must have once been luxurious and will be again once I have it restored, but I will need help to lay the restless presence that drifts here. Are you keeping a maladied health on purpose? Kinda, yeah. I remember maladies being important, and I'm able to use this to basically, if I combine it with the, Hail Desk, then I can grab as many influences as I want. That is my plan. I don't know if it's the smartest to do it with health, but I had, like, 3 separate health elements, so I figured I'd sacrifice one of them during Numa. Gore does not mention the Mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years to the doors of sleep and the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. I don't play that way, but it is a valid strategy. I mean, I figure that, like, I liked in my other one what it kind of did, because it was my Whist that was maladied in the other save file. That was when I was an archaeologist, and my Whist was actually shell-crossed. And I kind of liked the idea of my librarian being almost slightly inhuman, in a way. Peakman says explanation earlier in the chat. Yep. Base Ravines did an absolutely excellent explanation of, one possibility about what the Mantis is. But yeah. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of the barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. This is an Auroral Contemplations. And it's a contradiction memory. Okay. That... Contradiction... 2EM. Got Fet and Whist left. I'll read it out again. It was quite good. 1 second. Where was it? Somewhere around here. Quote from Base for Beans. Let me actually pause it for this. I like to imagine the Mantis as a great hall with many stained glass windows. The light shines through the windows in order to intersect and take shape at the table. Some colors create feasts, feasters, conflicts, and rules. The various intersections create the world as we know it in an as above so below sense, but they reference dreams, not afterlives, if there is a difference. And Base for Beans already posted it. Well, I look silly now, but hopefully that helped. I would be a cartographer IRL. Big Horamakastry and Nyctodromy nerd. It may have been that I started with the archaeologist, or that I generally like archaeology. I mean, it's in my Twitch name. But I've always been drawn to skolakosophy. Wish for help with letters, and finally, back here. I think there's a place for skolakosophy in the past. Yes, you're very funny. Oh yeah, let me actually. My thinking is that the Mantis is the linchpin connecting all of the secret histories. Most of the things described in the lore never happened, except that they did happen, and there are multiple conflicting truths. The Mantis is where all the realities connect. That makes a certain amount of sense, too. I liked the stained glass metaphor because of the stained glass tarot, and the fact that the light from the glory versus the darkness of nowhere is so central to the cosmology of the Mantis, that there's a directionality to it, in a way. I guess here's my question also. The Mantis is, as we know, the House of the Sun. In both of these ideas, where the Mantis is extremely important to the basis of reality, and it's a central feature to how things exist in the setting, then what's the purpose of the House of the Moon? I like that we have as much clue as any in-game character. De motu corporum vititorum. What is the origin of the House of the Moon? Is it from when colors first divided? Yeah, we could both be right or wrong. It's inherently unknowable, or earlier. I think that I don't remember the specifics, but if I'm remembering correctly, the House of the Moon has something to do with the Menascate. Or is it the Madrigad? I can never get them. I always get them confused. It's like almost the mirror to the House of the Sun. It's unclear if they both always existed at once, or if the House of the Moon is a reflection of the House of the Sun. One thing we know is that the wheel still turns in the House of the Moon. Deeply Menascate. Yeah, that's what I thought. Second guess myself with Madrigad. But yeah, Menascate makes sense. It's just that, if I remember correctly, doesn't, House of the Moon have more to do with history than eternity? That's why the wheel is still there, even though the gods from stone are gone. The nature of the Mantis being both everywhere and nowhere makes me think that it's a nexus of some sort. Yeah. Accessible from dreams. That might be what they mean. As a note, regarding the idea of the wheel still turns, I don't know if this is, like, just obvious or just how I've always interpreted it, but I think that the wheel and, like, the conception of it as turning and, like, keeping time flowing along, I think it's notable that the wheel is basically the first thing that you see in Cultist Simulator. The time passing verb, I think in some ways represents the wheel. Might mean all the stone gods remain in the House of the Moon now. We do know that the stone gods are apparently potentially going to return in the future. And we've kind of seen a little bit of that. So I was thinking, actually, between streams, what does it mean that nectar was once called blood? So I'm thinking, right, that probably has to do with the tide. And the fact that after Cultist Simulator, Nectar has come back in Book of Hours might mean that the tide is returning. In fact, there's multiple things that seem to reference the tide, with the other one being the moon aspect. And the scale, too. Like, I think there's a number of the new principles that are added in Book of Hours that directly reference the gods from stone. Maybe stone gods return from the House of the Moon. Maybe with the Lygian's keys? Maybe. I think that if I use this, grab my health, add surgeries and exsanguinations, and then take time to read Apollo and Marsyas. The libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. So, notably, that's actually the current affair, is the affair of Apollo and Marsyas, so it's probably good for me to actually read that. Oh, hello. A gift from Dr. Blackwood. A package from Dr. Serena Blackwood, who once also served as librarian here. Librarian, I remember very well how remote Brandkrug is from the world. In Alexandria, I had both a telegraph office and more company than I can easily stand. You will, I think, make better use of this than I. Best wishes, Serena. Oh, Serena's just really, really nice. I like Serena Blackwood a lot. And we get a writing case. This is how we invite visitors over. and we have Serena's address. I'm just going to go ahead and permanently put this in slot 2 of my inventory. I should also put down this piece of driftwood. I've been carrying it around for almost the entire season. It will go here for now. Moment I'm mostly just waiting. I want to see what I can actually do today. An unusual nun. Ah, a sister of the triple knot. Yes. Perfect. I also think... Okay, starting with 1 heart, 3 from core, 4 from... how much did... Oh yeah, 4 from the cake mixing bowl. I get to 6 with Mrs. Key. TRN Limited gives... Oh, right. I have the ham again. Yes, I can. Okay, so we're also going to grab Mrs. Keel. Ah! Princess Kokil Amirajibi. Artist, socialite, burglar? An unspeakably charming woman with a particular knack for getting adopted. Alrighty. Alright, the nun has 4 knock. She is actually fun to be around. I kind of get it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I like her. Okay, knock. What do we need knock for? Wounded room for 1. Ah, but also she has moon. Actually, that might be more useful. Can go to 5 moon, 6 moon, and probably 7 moon with something. I just need 1 piece of food or drink that has moon aspect. What am I doing? Hold on. Go. Pickled pilchards. Check my boxes. Yeah, I should. I'm gonna try to juggle several things today. It's hard staring at the rarities in the pantry. These right here? Okay. And immediately put her back in with... Or wait, no. Actually, I want to use the lunar globe. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles, and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestess to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. Ah, storm memory. Excellent. Oh yes, and we have this. I actually, because there's a, image, I believe, of Apollo here, yeah. I'm just gonna go with, Storm. To heart to sky. I don't think I've explicitly said this stream, but I'm actually organizing my books by the memory that they give. And we have a surgery and exsanguination lesson. Alrighty. It's a good idea. I've thought about doing that, but I've always just gone by aspect. Aspect is, like, it's nice. It works for everything looking nice, because books of the same aspect tend to have similar colors. And I've also, like, thought about organizing by period, but the thing is, right, that I can click on a book and see its aspect and its period, but I can't see the memory that it gives. And I honestly think it's just delightful to have this librarian who's like, you know, someone's looking around and they're like, how are you organizing these books? These seem completely random. And the librarian's like, oh, I've organized them by how they make me feel. Also, actually, vibes-based organizing is peak. Yeah, hold on a second here. I can do something. Okay, we've got 7 moon, which means I can grab the well. And I can speak with Mrs. Keel. And I had originally planned to use the canned ham here, but I can actually just talk to her about storms, because storm gives heart. I opened the package and there was more packages. Sully, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Let's see here. Let's open these packages.
I won't be here super long, but I wanted to say hi to you and chat.
Yes. This is my friend Sully. Sully is, just like me, a snake, as you can see.
I can assure you that my rattle is not normally this fat.
Yeah, that's what you always say.
Eh. Beans!
Hello, howdy.
Similar colors, and it makes it easier to find them for visitor. Period doesn't come up very often. That's true, yeah, the visitor thing does help. But I'm trying for something different this time. I should just have to do... Princess Coquille should stick around long enough for this all to work out. Because I really only need to talk to Mrs. Keel one more time.
You know, maybe one of these days I'll finish a Cultist Simulator run.
It does make sense too. You need memories more often than you need a book for a visitor. Yeah. And... core here. I'll need only one more thing after that. Skill maxing a lot easier. So yeah, the first time through, I had a document of every book in my library and what exact influences they gave. I just took notes externally. But for this stream, I actually decided to do something that, like, was more internal. Ah, and there's the well. Excellent. There's been a well here since the days of the Sisterhood, and superstitions have gathered around it like leaves and drifts. Its water has a healing virtue if drawn on a night of the new moon. It's ill luck to draw from it if you hear an owl. If you drip the blood of a living enemy into the well, they'll drown, and so on. Certainly when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. And it's a Domaine Raveline. That's what we got out of that.
Fare thee well, my friend. Fare thee well, chat.
Alright, goodbye, Sully.
Ah, wah, 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 wah. Have fun, everybody.
Righto. And there we go. So now, all we need to do, get that last point of heart, is hand over the kitchen bowls. Cake time! Alright. Princess Coquille will only have to wait another 20 seconds approximately. And then we will be golden. There we go. Darling, hello. I have the teensiest favor to ask. Apollo and Marsyas, horrid story, always put me in mind of the most aggravating uncle. It's certain to be quite the most crushing bore, but if I happen to go, I have some rather vivid ideas for my look. I just need to, you know, flesh them out. I see. Well... here's a book of aphrodisiac recipes for you. Smudgy little line between ghastly and thrilling, darling, isn't there? But I rather think this is on the right side of the line. A box of rarity. I keep getting boxes inside boxes. Actually, hold on a second. Got a bronze Spintria, of course. And we have Kokil's card. Ooh, this gave us an omen. The occult scrap. This will be useful in the future. And we, of course, now have Kokil's address. I think it would be funny if the decks for the caches had a chance to continue indefinitely in a loop, yeah. Looks like it was a year tally. Ooh, fun. We just had that in the pantry, I guess. Let's put this somewhere slightly less bizarre. There we go. And we've got a Deer Day lens, which should let us keep the aspects of that sunny day and use them later as a tool instead. Oh, and up here, we unlocked something important. The Natan desk, and this is finally a desk that gives us Moth. It's an apothecary's desk, all right, but it dates from at least 100 years after Natan of Regensburg came here. Of course, his son, his grandson, and his great-grandson were all Natans, too. Alright, so as I recall, we had a book somewhere. Where did I put it? Ah, yes, I put it here. 6 letters on necessity. There is one peak outcome from rarities and oddities, another cache in there that's easy to miss too. You mean in the pantry? I know, I'm just, I like to do everything else before I start opening caches, just so that I can, I know, like, what elements of the soul I actually need for the day. Yes. Ah, and it's raining today. Actually, speaking of which, I need to use the restroom. Excuse me for a moment. Alright, I am back. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, another thing I'd like to do. Let me just real quick. Open up the Pale Desk and reread my copy of Apollo and Marsyas. Consulting engineer again. That's a bit unfortunate. I was hoping for someone who could use nectar. Forge, sky, and lantern. Lantern works here. Forge works here. A dark marrow. All right. Use my shaft real quick to decamp here. Because I think I finally found a bedroom that fits the executioner. This has long been a holy place, but shadows are the only worshippers here now. The windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, the organ hung with black ribbons. Right. I've already put down surgeries and exsanguinations, but I do want it to be slightly higher level. Right. Now... yeah. Nothing wrong with leveling committed skills if they're useful. Now we have a bowl of sea-blessed pears. Speaking of which, let's see what we can do here. We don't have any soul elements that fit in. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he might have little time left. Even the sun can be divided, though it require the Forge of Days for its division. Lesson, Transformations and Liberations. And this is a foresight book. Mosley always sounds like that. It's funny, like, you can kind of tell when the books actually come from Cultist Simulator. Because, first off, in Cultist Simulator, obviously, this book is kind of what hints to you how Lantern and Forge interact in terms of the circle of subversions. And also, it fits the tone of Cultist Simulator a lot more, where all this stuff is very dangerous. I know technically all this stuff is still very dangerous, but as the librarian, everything just... Speaking as the librarian, Cosley's tone here just kind of comes off as a little bit silly, because we're basically immune to consequences in this game. Speaking of which, actually, Moth comes before Lantern. Then Forge, then Edge, yes. There we go. And our new skill. Excellent. And a foresight memory. And here we go, one of the bigger rooms in the house. The nave of the Abbey Church. For 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects, though since the heresies of the Intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are both now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th librarian, Green, who is a believer of the Second Dawn variety. So we have... This is the first time we've actually been told about specific hours in this game. So let's take a look here. These are the aspects of the unconquered sun. And they are the Watchman, the Menascate, the Sun in Rags, and the Madrigad. The way is lit for the willing and for the unwilling. What is within, without, what is without, within. When it ends, it will be a beautiful ending. That which is not needed, that shall be quenched. We've got some Solar Gothic books. We have a pipe organ, which is a Sky and Forge musical instrument. We've got the Solar Altar. This one's okay with winter. Menascate gang, Sun in Rags, followers welcome but on notice. We've got transformations and liberations. Forge and Moth are less different than we think. Every change is in some way a release. actually, let's turn that foresight memory into Westcott's compounds. Ah, right, I can't use weather memories like that. So instead... And, more packages. Right. That's why the well is so great. Easy access to cheap beverages. That's exactly why I really, really wanted to get it as soon as possible. Westcott probably didn't invent all these, but he knew how to make a name stick. Reagents and activants to enhance alchemical operations, or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. So it's down here, and the compounds up here. This is a chunk of ambergris. Never, never, never call it whale vomit. That seems like a bad idea. Most alchemical agents are super toxic. True. But, I mean... Are you gonna tell this man no to putting alchemical compounds in his pipe tobacco? Just enough time. Got our health back. Take that piece of driftwood to make Thyrza's cordials. Yes, somehow I'm making a thing that is actually drinkable out of nothing but driftwood. I don't know how that works. If a guy who wants to try smoking sulfur, he's not going to have much to say to argue. That's true. That's true. Separately, each is undrinkable, but mix them and they're only undrinkable after 15 minutes. Thirza Blake was a strange person. Oh dear. We don't quite have enough Spintria. That's too bad. Spirit of Salt doesn't sound too bad as a cordial, but the modern name is hydrochloric acid. It's not very tasty. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're... I got it. Yeah. I thought for a second you meant something about Fears as cordials, but I just realized that you're still talking about alchemical compounds. Gotcha. Sights and sensations. Oh, right, a year tally, wasn't it? Needs both to make it easy. Yeah. I don't seem to be able to put in Solomon's preparation here at all. Ah, well. It has winter, but it does not allow for the use of liquids. like 90% of alchemy was mixing strong acids with heavy metals and seeing what happened. Then you scrape a little off the top and go for it again. It worked with alcohol, so why not? Yeah, alchemy's historical alchemy I find really interesting. Cause like it really was like people think of it as a sort of like wacky magic people did, but it really was a precursor to modern day chemistry. And the stuff that they managed to figure out was pretty great. They actually still do a lot of it to refine precious metals. Yeah. Like, this is something I always have a problem with. Do people just think that, like, when people are talking about, oh, people in the past had all these crazy beliefs that don't work, do people just think that people in the past didn't have pattern recognition? Like, the reason that alchemy lasted so long is because a bunch of aspects of it worked. Just because they were wrong about how it worked doesn't mean they were wrong about the fact that it did work. Fugitive. Scale, edge, and heart. There's one way to make your leadership and saying, yes, sir, this very shiny liquid will make you immortal. I think that was on purpose. Yeah, okay, the mercury thing was pretty funny, admittedly. Oh, do you know the story about how for a really long time, there was a belief that tomatoes were poisonous, but only to the upper class? Because that story is hysterically funny to me. Okay, so here's the thing, right? There'd be a lot of people in the upper class who would eat tomatoes, and they would, like, afterwards die of effectively being poisoned. And so the upper class had, like, this whole thing against tomatoes. But lower class people were eating tomatoes, like, all the time, and it was fine. So what was going on was that at the time, fancy silverware was actually made of silver, but it would be, like, silver-coated lead, effectively. Now, if you coat lead in silver and use it as silverware, it's fine as long as the silver stays on top of the lead. But here's the funny thing about tomatoes, is that they're acidic. So the tomatoes actually dissolved the silver on their silverware, and all of, like, the rich people got lead poisoning. Meanwhile, all of the lower-class people, they were using silverware made out of pewter, which is still bad, but not nearly as bad for you as straight-up lead silverware. So that's why tomatoes for a while were considered to be poisonous to rich people. Scale, yes. Just need 6 of it. That's fine by me. Okay. Well, the hourglass can give a scale. What do we got here? 7 shards. The Lionsmith, one of the 2 great hours of struggle, broke his sword into 7 shards. Natalia Briot, 5th librarian of Hush House, describes the nature of each of those shards, allegorically and otherwise. Do we actually have Briot's, Yes, Natalia Briot. Which means that this book has just told us that she was the 5th librarian. She goes here. And we got Sea Holly and some Isle Water. I'll go ahead and put the Isle Water somewhere in here, on this shelf for now before we put books there. Makes sense when you think of human history as a multi-generational game of can I eat that? Yeah, no, that is how things... That's how things go. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and sometimes the giants ate poison and died. Alrighty. I need one more scale. I've used the tool. Ah! I know how. I will reread the 7 Faces of Icarus. And get the fear memory. Still amazes me that we figured out how to make cheese. It was probably just leaving milk long enough, by accident, but I'm still amazed at the person who decided to try to eat that. Maybe they were just desperate. Sadly, I don't think there's anything we can do at the moment to get more Spintria, so we're gonna have to let this book go for the time being. Also do a bit of beachcombing. Oh, Ruby-Wise Ruin. Not too bad. Hey, Mr. Fugitive, while you're here, let me tell you about a nightmare I had last night. You can't just leave milk out. There's a whole process, none of which tastes good until the end. Yeah, it's... That's true. I don't know if that's... I think there are some cheeses where it's simpler to make, but yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. I have to look into that. The history of cheese, that sounds interesting. I actually worked at a cheese shop for a while, but they were more concerned with modern cheeses. Right-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. Proper fermentation makes things last longer. That's probably what they were going for. That's a good point. We've known how to make beer since at least ancient Mesopotamia. So maybe people were just trying to do that with milk. Airag, fermented alcoholic horse milk from Mongolia. Been around forever. I had a friend in college. I never ended up being able to do this. We wanted to. He was from Lebanon. We wanted to go there together at some point, but he ended up having to leave. And he offered to get me to a place where I could have some kefir. And kefir sounded interesting, if a little scary. I'm pretty sure you can... There's ways to ferment milk. Let me, hold on. You know, it's a fermented milk drink. Similar to yogurt, a thin yogurt or ayran. It's, let me see here. Okay, you have to mix the milk with stuff that can ferment, like wheat. But it is possible to ferment milk. Specifically, it says here that lactose is broken down to lactic acid, which results in acidification. Yeah, no, look up kefir. I'm not sure how... I think you're probably right, Copper Dinosaur, but I'm not sure how you make fermented milk drinks, then. Other than, I guess the fermentation is from the other ingredients. Okay, so it's not exactly fermented milk. It's beer made in milk rather than water. I see, okay. Kefir is good. I have tried it before. It's pre-yogurt. That's generally the impression that I got. Sand. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. That's one of my favorite lines. Have you had skyr? It's an Icelandic yogurt that is much thicker. I have not. I don't think I've even ever heard of that one. That sounds interesting. almost like a soft cheese. Ooh. Oh, and here we have another bedroom. This is the Violet Chamber. In the days of the De Wulfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians Wilhelm Harries and Gervinus van Loren both preferred the librarians' quarters. Harries established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there it remained for many years until van Loren ordered it to be removed. Hey, wait a second! Mademoiselle Margot Machetine, the name Morgan, Mademoiselle Machetine. Huh. We got a painting of her. It was an Iron Spintria. Oh my god, I could have gotten that book. God damn it. Ah well. So, by the way, while we're on interesting historical topics, does anyone know about the reason that this game is called Book of Hours? Because there's some interesting stuff there that has to do with like all the solar Gothic things. Obviously, it has something to do with the concept of hours in Cultist Simulator, but a Book of Hours is a real thing. According to Wikipedia, a Book of Hours is a Christian prayer book, which are used to pray to the canonical hours. So the canonical hours are the divisions of the day in terms of fixed times of prayer at regular intervals. Basically, let's say you were a Christian monk, right? You wouldn't just, like, pick one part of the day to do all of your prayers, but you also wouldn't just spend all of your time praying. Monks had to do a lot of things because they were living in effectively self-sufficient communes. That's one thing that's about this game, is that you're not just a librarian, you're also kind of living like a monk. And I think that's part of where the name Book of Hours comes from. So, basically, at different points in the day, you would have different prayers, and you would pray for them from a Book of Hours. And so the different hours of the day include such things as like Matins is nighttime, Lauds is early morning, Prime is the first hour of daylight, Terce is the third hour, Sext is noon, Non is the ninth hour, also known as Nones, Vespers is the prayer you make at sunset, and Compline is the prayer at the very end of the day. So here's the thing about that, right? If you look at the passage of time across the top of the screen, so dawn. At this time, the Sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of Aurora. Let's let some time pass and then keep checking on that. It's a sunny day. Who's in the Sweet Bones today? Let's use Fett for now. Oh, actually, I might be able... If I could get this garden open, it would be excellent. And I might be able to do it with Grail. I've got 2 Grail there. That makes 6. There is a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours of the Chancel have decreed that it will not exist. The decrees of the Chancel are not defied, but now and then they have been circumvented, and we might conceive that the city with walls of shining scolecite could be raised nowhere in the darkness below dreams. This would be Skolakosophy. And that gets us our final element of the soul, Arab. Pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. So it's still technically dawn. But it is mentioning that this is the time that the Sisters of the Abbey would make a prayer. In this case, Aurora. And then, as soon as we switch over to morning, the 3rd hour when the Office of Terse once was sung. Watch as the day opens like a door. Remember how I mentioned Terse was was in the original Books of Hours as the 3rd hour? Yeah, those are all actually referenced if you mouse over the time thing here. I actually learned this from my mother, who knows a lot about this stuff. When I told her about this game and told her that it was called Book of Hours, she commented on it being a game about being a monk. She said, like, oh, is that a game where you play as a monk? And I'm like, not exactly, but monks are heavily related to it. How did you know? And she explained the whole thing to me about how the Book of Hours works. And that's when I noticed that the time thing mentions things like terce and vespers. Looks like it's a musician today. He's got nectar. Which means that we could go down there as well. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay. They'll probably have 4 nectar. What can I do with nectar, actually? 5 nectar... 7 nectar, and then feed him something. Yeah, very doable. Give him a knife and shove him down a well, why don't you? Right. Obviously, still the first thing to do is we need a bit more grail. And we can get that. Mrs. Keo, here, drink this. Actually, is this... Let me check something. Is this something I can serve, or do I just have to give her the entire bottle? No, okay, I have to give her the entire bottle. She has almost certainly had Ruby Wise ruined before. Yeah, definitely. Make some Eigengrau. And we just need one more grail, which I believe we can just hand her spice scales. Oh, and we're almost done with morning. Now we've got midday. Before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. The Instruments of the Heart. Sister Isabel, then precentress of the Abbey Church of St. Brandon's, engages in dialogues with a heartlong of a kind called Dwendrazon that has taken partial possession of her body. Ooh, that's fun. Let's see. Let's start working on these books. Dwendrazons are very neat lore. I still don't really get them other than zombie flowers. Well, zombie flowers are interesting, just off the bat. Do they have something to do with the flower maker? Because it feels like they have something to do with the flower maker. Right. Supposed to be names of some hour of growth. I don't know which. Gotcha. Okay. So we want more nectar. So give him the knife. And we've got Eigengrau. Velletri interviews. Interrogation of a man named Lacombe, a former Nocturnal Branch inspector, now identified as terminally robogoid. I see. So this is a phonograph record. I'm gonna put it here for now. It's the Edicts Inviolable, and it is actually pretty doable heart. A bit of gardening. We're still in midday. It's good. And now... given him the knife. We'll feed him some honey and then collaborate health. Robogalia was a neat Roman ritual nestled into their springtime celebrations. Afternoon. The little hour called Nones, when the doors of the Mantis are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. Yep, there's another one, Nones. That's the ninth hour. So yeah, specifically, it appears that the listed hours across the time section are done in groups of 3, because we get the dawn, then the 3rd hour, then the 6th hour, then the 9th hour. Involved killing a dog, though. Oh, no. And let's collaborate health. And this opened one of the most important rooms. We got bees and can make honey. We got crops. We got more crops. We got even more crops. And we got chickens. Terrence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Tuppence, the other chicken. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terrence. And we've got grapevines. There are so many aspects that we can grab here. Bees. And now, we can use the Traveling Musician and unlock the Creeper-Crowded Descent. Leaves, flowers, and thorns, especially thorns. The history plant has risen, gather its blooms. Agave Eterna. Ever sweetened tea with that? With agave? I have not. In game, though. No, oh, no, I didn't know that was possible. Interesting. Oh yeah, and here we go. Dusk. Night from day, silver from gold. The Vesper hour when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star Menascate. Yep, there's Vespers. So yeah, they tie the in-story hours to the actual Christian practice of praying at each hour with a Book of Hours. I always just found that really cool. Even the ones where it doesn't explicitly say the Christian name for the thing, like the night prayers, it still feels like those representations of the time periods were chosen for a reason. And here we go. We have another pair of Shears of the Sisterhood. An Aglophitous Scented Candle. Animal Bones. And yeah, other than that, not much in the well descent. Rungs line the well's side. This must lead down to the oldest part of the isle, to the shrines of the Sisterhood. It may be that the servants of the DeVoe family still came here in secret, even while they paid lip service to the rites of the unconquered sun. I hate rooms that mostly exist just to make it more difficult to find the room you want. Yeah, but I think that they give the place a little bit of character. Not every room you find is going to be useful. And having to open up a climb down the well is interesting and makes you wonder, like, what's coming up? It's a way of building tension, in my opinion. But I can see why it would be annoying. Another sunny day. If we're going to have useless rooms, we should have a bathroom in this place. You know, that's a good point. I don't see a single bathroom. I guess we just go out to, the sea's edge. To do today. That smells terrible at this point. You've been in that house for years without bathing. I will take a swim, okay? See what I have to do today before I make that choice, actually. Is a decent way to get some extra memories, especially if you use towels. Yep, I learned that last time. It is the consulting engineer again. Okay. Do we need her for anything? Yes. Or, on the other hand... You know what? A mutual acquaintance has induced Reverend Timothy, the rector, to invite me for tea. There may even be crumpets. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theorizes about the pagan traditions of the miners. And there we go. I now have been introduced to everyone in the village. Writing desk at villagers. What? Oh, right! I can do that. Neat. I hope that's what you meant. No, actually, let's see if we can't, get the reverend. Okay. So, if we wanted to get to 9 lantern... How would we go about it? Four. I could rest my Faust to make 6. 7, 8. Ah! Dawn Lion Coffee saves the day. Okay. Let's get things all ready for the Rector. Can't use that fireplace. Apparently need to use this one specifically. Then I can go ahead and pour out the water. Rest our Faust. And next up, here, hold this. A Tower Rises. Hey, another phonograph record. This one is in VAC, and it's 18 rows, so that's gonna be a while. Here's a cup of Dawn Lion coffee. Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near to the grove of the green immortals, but never too near. That's Hill and Hollow. That's potentially very good. Can I read it? I got 1 scale from health. Hennevic might actually give me some extra scale there. 2, 3. The hourglass gives 4. And then a fear memory. Yeah, I can read this. And I will do so tomorrow. This has long been a very holy place, too holy to be left untended safely for this long. There are 77 candles, and each one burns with a chill blue flame, each flame inhabited by a watchful spirit. I should not enter until each flame has been cleansed or extinguished. Alright, Reverend Timothy. Of night. Oh, another scale one. This one for pentiments and precursors. Deliberations leading to a manifesto of the Worms of a Scale, as recorded around 1900 in the bar Vienna in the cellar of the Hotel Kiervo in Noon. Timothy would be stoked to clear that room. Hell yeah. Yeah, he hasn't heard from us for, since we came here. We've never really been introduced to him. He probably knew that the librarian had come along. I imagine by a certain point the entire village knows, even if you haven't been explicitly introduced. But then he was introduced, had a lovely conversation, the librarian was like, by the way, there's a matter I could use your assistance with. And there's this room absolutely full of candles that's like your exact knowledge thing. And the librarian also offers you coffee, helps you out, chats with you about what a nice sunny day it is, and gives you a funny little lens that's almost a work of art in and of itself. Reverend Timothy has had a great day. And here we go. This is the Chancel of the Abbey Church. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours. The sun in rags or splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and, reluctantly, the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the Chancel. And yet it's the Chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. This one allows winter. But I still don't think it allows for Solomon's Prep. Sickle and Eclipse on that new shrine. Oh! The long-forgotten invocations to the three to reveal a treasure of the house. Perfect, and they even let me use the injured health card. Perfect. Ah, our core is fatigued. Oh well. Let's go ahead and use the other core to get more money. There is a narrow dark beneath the lip of the altar's top, something waiting for me. The sun disfigured. This is written in Crack Track. It's 10 Grail. Scroll of Anthropoderm Parchment, written in the golden ink called Uzult. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Okay, this needs to go somewhere safe. Dawn Period, Applebright Euphonies. It's a scroll. Yeah. What exactly... that symbol? Is that meant to be... Nyctodromy, or is that a symbol I've never seen before? Look like Nyctodromy, really, but it doesn't look like anything here. Newen books all have cool symbols. They do, they do. Spanners are a tool that will give 1 forge, so I just need 1 more forge from something. Which I can probably just, actually... I don't even need the spanner, actually. I can just grab, 4 of the roads. Read that with whist. Calcite supplications. Prayers addressed to the Red Grail by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Okay, 4 there. Now we just have to wait to get that Foresight memory. Meanwhile, we've got the Fear memory, so... Meanwhile, while that happens... I'll use desk. And there we go. The Rose of Hypatia. A volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. There's Foresight right there. Add to Denzel. To unlock one of these, I think this one. Shallow's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. There's another fear memory, and we'll need that in a minute. Now Denzel is ready. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigal has withdrawn her favor now, and a chilliness waits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices. Powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Get a savage hymn. The Hill and Hollow lesson. Ooh. I want to know about the unique memories and history wax candles. Chancel Shrine Room. Oh? Interesting. I know you can make these candles, but I don't know about them having unique memories in them. That's interesting. Savage Hymn, Savage Hymn. I feel like that goes down there somewhere. Consider them. Okay. I'm not sure I want to consume them just yet. I've got a chandlery skill, and I've got both the history plant and some beeswax. If I consume this, will I be able to make another one? Worth knowing what they are, and that's the recipe. Alrighty. So, like, I would... Where would I actually make a candle? Like... Anywhere that you can use a chandlery skill in wax. Okay. What is wax, anyway? Wax is... A material slash fuel. Okay, so shrines actually might work for this. Yeah, this is fuel. So I could add beeswax here. And... oh no, I would have to be able to add a flower too. Shoot. Still trying to find a place for the Savage Hymn. I think I'm gonna make another temporary storage zone because I want to put the musical stuff all kind of together. So for now... kitchen. Oh. Aha! Yes. No, that doesn't allow my, my chandlery skill, though. Need one that works with pyroglyphics. Damn. Well, here's the shrine to the Madrigal. This one doesn't want Solomon's preparation either. I was joking then. Schrodinger's shrine and Nilly can't joke. Oh, I see. Ah, Copper Dinosaur did warn me that you would lie to me. The flame flickers and the histories ripple. A wild surmise. Eyes open, skies open. Oh dear. Can't even do anything with this because I'm out of everything. That's like the history wax candles. I think they're more trouble than they're worth. This is gonna bug me forever now until I fix it. Okay, let's stories written in fire end all the sooner, but are remembered all the longer. The eighth street wisdom teaches us the certainty of change. Fire was the first understanding. The hour named Moth learnt that even before the Watchman brought light. This is illumination. Extra metal. Could make an awakened feather. I got rid of a nice candle to do this. I want to do something with it before the night's done. Your Day Lens or Westcott's Compounds. Rural Contemplations makes Eigengrau. Another awakened feather. Tanglebrag. Yeah, sure. The metal meta? Wait, what? Metal has no maladied form. Ah, I see. Well, good to know. Well, I'm making some tangle brag out of this wild surmise. Oh, right, I was still reading Key of Night. The worms, all of whom use grandiose noms de guerre like Citizen Knife and the Midnight Pilgrim, agree that all previous iterations of their movement has been feckless and treacherous, and agree that the return of the pre-human hours, the gods from stone, is the true way to end the tyranny of eternity. Ah, interesting. Something something Julian Cosley's dissertation on history and eternity coexisting. The worms identify the wheel, the tide, the flint, Sulachana, the spider door, the excellency Nathabasis, hey, Nathabasis again, and Wickle Inextinguishable as the 7 necessary pentiments that must be returned to every history through the propaganda of the deed. This is an eccentric list and clearly a compromise. The process of thrashing it out clearly exhausts all the participants, who don't specify the necessary deed beyond a vague reference to the loopholes. So the wheel still turns in the House of the Moon. The tide was swallowed by the Red Grail, but might be returning through nectar. The flint was... That's the one that was ultimately subverted by the Forge, if I remember correctly. Obviously, Sulachana is Sulachana Amavasia from Cultist Simulator. The Spider Door, also from Cultist Simulator. The Excellency Nathobasis, and Wickle Inextinguishable. I don't know who Wickle Inextinguishable is. I recognize all of the other ones. And this appears to have given us a... Oh dear. I don't know which memory this gave us. Pentiments have a cool history in real life. Yeah, I don't know the specific details, but they have something to do with painting, if I remember correctly. They're effectively, like, layering paint over each other to make a kind of really, really full and thick painting. At least that's my understanding of what's up with pentiments. Ah, we're fully on into autumn. get Reverend Timothy's help again. The lovely sunny day. Pentiments are the little bits that show through over the years when you paint over a painting in the topping phase. Produces many haunted paintings. Right, I knew it had something to do with painting on top of each other. And in this case, the idea here, right, is that fates of forgotten things, the Carapace Cross, the land of Anteos, the world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. At the very least, so first off, the world of a low red sun is explicitly what Earth was before the coming of the glory, and the hours from the gods from light. Then we had the Carapace Cross, which was the original insectoid form of humanity. And the line of Anteos, I remember in my other save file I saw something about that, but I don't know the details. But these are all things that used to be within they used to be, and they're still there, but they've been painted over in a way, which is the reference to Pentiments here. The Carapace Cross did not die, but passed within. We all have, like, an aspect of the Carapace Cross inside of us. Same with the old world. And the glory itself. So Lachana is a Pentiment from a lost history then. How did the Hooded Princes avoid being cast as Pentiments? Well, it says that what they picked out was, in fact, a compromise. So maybe they, like, the Hooded Princes might be considered Pentiments, but they don't, they probably just don't want to, and there probably was some discussion involving the worms. Now, are the Hooded Princes and the worms aligned with each other? Because I don't remember if that's the case. I know that they're both broadly related to scale, but I don't think I remember any details about them working together at any point. The hooded princes receive a unique mercy from the worms and many other afflictions. Yeah, maybe their unique status is another mercy. Probably, because I imagine the hooded princes probably don't want to attract too much attention. If I remember their history correctly. Right, Key of Night's another fear book. Which means I can probably also read the Republic of Teeth. Inam Kapi... I can never pronounce this one. Inam Kapigin... Kapigiginlupir. Inam Kakigiginlupir Garki Kripis. In which 4 enigmatic figures tell the stories they've heard over the years at the Roost, the secret location where the Aviform Hours congregate. Silent PS. Silent P's. Oh. Chris. Inam. Kaigiginlu. Okay, I don't think that one has silent P's, but you're talking about Chris, right? Crys, effectively. Also, Ms. Azita Bukhara, businesswoman, chessmaster, initiate of the Scarred Hours, sometimes called the Colonel. I'm just hoping. It's probably in Ramsand anyway. Yeah. Alright, we've got 6 lantern, and we need 8. Which means, really, like, I've got this other Deer Day lens here that we got from the skull, and these things I can make easy. There we go. Actually, wait, hold on. I just realized. 1 second. No, you go there. You go here. Yes! History wax candle! There we go. Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of Henry VIII. And that is 8 on the Rector. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered and only the wind walks here now. Right, and speak to Ms. Bukhara. Hello, librarian. I have questions. I'll pay for answers. They're putting on a certain opera in Paris. A dear old enemy of mine is very fond of the opera, and I hope he might attend. I need to make sure the production gets all the details just right, that it's temptingest bait for my adversary. Let's see. Let's give you the 7 Faces of Icarus. Just so. Mayrod will love this. Thank you. It's so interesting to me. Here's where I'm going to talk about the co-rivality for a bit. I haven't really gone into it here, but out of the Chancel, the Calyptra, and the co-rivality, in terms of the sets of 3 hours that have, like, major representation, or major roles to play, the co-rivality has always been one that I really liked conceptually, because, like, the idea of immortality in pairs and the fact that, like, by mirroring this sort of constant conflict and division, you can become immortal in the same way that the Colonel and the Lionsmith did. And also the fact that the co-rivality is actually 3 individual hours. Which a friend of mine sometimes refers to as the Edge Rivals and their dog, because it's the Colonel, the Lionsmith, and the Wolf Divided. Because the Wolf Divided gets to be a single individual hour that also represents the co-rivality, because it's divided against itself. It's wonderful. And if I remember correctly, like, Torg and Deerday... Isn't there something about Mayrod that's literally in this room? Yes, Mayrod's practice sword, along with Azita's practice sword. Yeah, they use this room. He has a staff in there. Oh, is one of these staffs his? Red quarterstaff and a dappled quarterstaff. Well, if he likes Apollo and Marsyas, he probably likes the staff that has Grail on it rather than the one that has Moth on it. But yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention is that it's so interesting to me that, like, yeah, if you're in a co-rivality, obviously you hate the other person, but, like, to a certain extent, they're also your best friend and your, like, they're your rival, your best friend, and your lover all at once. Just because the relationships in the co-rivality are so complicated. Because obviously, like, they fight all the time, but they also enjoy that fight, in a way. I think that in one of the endings where you ascend, often siblings, yeah, that too. One of the endings of the Exile DLC of Cultist Simulator, where you actually do a co-rivality ascension, you outright say that if you ever killed the rival, that you would... One, you would not be immortal anymore, and two, that you might even miss them. I don't know, points at the co-rivality. I just think they're neat. I have plenty of other stuff I can do today. So, let's keep grabbing books. The Exile DLC, it's your dad. Yeah. Got a Bronze Spintria. And a Zeta's card, of course. Which, and here we go. Up here, we've got the bust of Gideon DeWolf. Oh, hey, Eva's locks. Looks like, Aeson got his way with the name. A Hunter's Harp. This one is Sky and Scale. This was once strung with Yethhound gut. Those strings must be long gone, but there's still an unusual savagery to the harp's notes. Windlet Workbench. Crafting Station, Forge, Lantern, Heart, Knock, and it also takes wood, woven things, remains, tools, ductile. Yeah, lots of that. Workbenches are nice. The HMS Kerisham, a fourth-rate ship of the line captained by Sebastian de Wolf in the Battle of Kyberian Bay, lost with all hands. We can go up to the bell tower from here, as well as get another desk soon. And we have another history wax candle. All is right with the world. Ah. Here we go. The Republic of Teeth. Almost forgot I was reading this. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects. For the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Yes, that's true. He's absolutely correct. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead in the selection process, before giving up mid-sentence. Yeah, no, this is a great idea, honestly. It's too bad. Valentine de Wolf was ahead of his time. This is excellent. Excellent conceptualization of a brand new political system that will probably solve all of the world's problems. Let's be real. Serpents can be trusted to choose all of your leaders. Intuition. You just know, you know? Aaron Peel wrote shit specifically to mess with Alexander Sparrow. Yeah? I wonder if I can do something with Rose. Any of my skills got Rose? Pearl and Tide has Rose. I can make a salt sign. This is the Victory of Crowns. Oh, I can read this one. Yeah. Serpents and Venoms, there we go. Weird analogies with roads at war and crowns at victory. Erratic accounts by Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. I remember this one from Cultist Simulator. Dr. Peel always has interesting insights. Here we go, serpents and venoms. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. Assault sign, elegant as a flower petal. Here we've got Honey Scar Jasmine. And our well water. Aha. The assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of a power called the Colonel, a soldier of the Secret Masters. The accounts date back to Roman times. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream. Long try not to. Then we've got sharps. Learn about that. And this is a contradiction memory. As I recall, so this is fear. We did have contradiction up somewhere. Impulse, foresight, storm. Savage hymn. Oh dear, where did I put contradictions? Begging powers of natural order requires personification of natural things. We don't have gods in this life, but we can make them. Did we have a shelf for contradictions? I might just be hallucinating that. This organization system is going to be great when... Oh, wait, here it is. Contradiction. It was the Wainscow histories. Yes. There we are. And sharps. Alrighty. Another sunny day. think I can probably make it to 9. The Rector, still. Got a Deer Day lens crafting over there. That'll in total make 6. From there, I just need 3 more. I can probably make my Faust ready in time. Reverend with the Deer Day lens. Then we have to bring our Faust back. Taking a little nap. Then we will identify another book. Our Tryst. Keep working at the Sweet Bones. Grab Denzel's assistance as well. Use this here. Grab Foresight from War of the Roads. Encircling Tantra. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix. Ah, wonderful. This is Sanskrit, so we can probably read this one. If I save that last health, then good 30 seconds left. There, so timing's gonna be slightly funky, but I think we should be able to manage it. that's interesting. What is this? I am the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brandkrog, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. What in the world does that do? Do fixing and mending for now, but... I was wondering what putting the pride, element in would actually do. Mood farming. Right, okay. Faust is ready. That'll be done the moment it needs to be. And I have a sack of vegetables, which for the time being will go right here. There, actually. That looks slightly less crazy. Surprisingly, eating vegetables doesn't give taste or satisfaction. In my experience, that might be a little bit accurate. Okay, I've used a memory, a tool, and a element of the soul with the Rector. Is there anything I can feed it? Dawn Lion Coffee comes to the rescue once again. Do I know anyone who knows Crack Track? I know Serena, Coquille, and Azita. I don't know if any of them know Crack Track off the top of my head. The Geminiad 1. Ooh. And here we go, the Radiant Stare. The Watchman's Shrine here is decorated with the Eye Elagabalene, a controversial variant of the Watchman's Eye. The Elagabalene rites have always had a shaky doctrinal status. It would not often have been seen, of course. These stairs were reserved for the choir monks who sang the Liturgy of the Hours, the only ones permitted to enter the chancel. Still, it is a little surprising that the Eye was allowed to remain when the monastery was dissolved and the Isle given to the Devulfs. has long been a holy place, but the voices of the monks have outlasted their prayers. A surly muttering circles the room, picking up speed as it goes. Each time it passes me, it almost manages to articulate my name. Hey, Reverend Timothy, do you have any idea what this might be? Timothy conversation bait. Oh no! I didn't even think of that. That's brilliant. Alrighty, so now... Scale. Okay. The Encircling Tantra, with a Memory of Fear, my health, Kernavik Henavik, and an Hourglass. There we go. Ah! Arab gets me gossip. I see. Neat. Other moods too. You know, the fact that it used edge and it was in this very prideful way made me worry we were being mean to the villagers, but it doesn't seem too much like it. I'm not sure what we're even doing there, but... It looks like, Reverend Timothy's conversation is wrapping up. Bingo! We've got a lovely little table with Second Flush Assam laid out. Here the monastic superiors would meet to manage the affairs of St. Brandon's and to resolve its disputes. Here in 1349, the last trial of the last nuns of St. Brandon's took place. 2 were executed for the murder of Abbess Nona, supposedly with perversions of the healing arts. Nona was the last abbess of St. Brandon's, and after the trial, the monastery never accepted female novices again. From the wide windows, the sea is always visible, beating on the rocks far below. And yep, we have the Nona desk. Abbess Nona, apothecary, scholar, dancer. And we know from the things here that she was not what we would think of as a moth or a scale dancer. She was a heart dancer. Other side of the Dancer DLC in Cultist Simulator. Lantern, that's the scholar. Apothecary, that's probably Grail and Nectar. And Heart would be Dancer. I suppose that Grail could also refer to Dancer, but either way, this is a good desk. The Encircling Tantra speaks of the Serpent Gate, that hungry portal sometimes known as the Spider's Door, which is sacred to the Mother of Ants, through which the great hooded princes pass. Oh, that's another note. One of the things that they explicitly mention as being one of the required pentiments of history is actually the Spider Door. Grail often just refers to nuns and folks of the cloth. Sometimes their desperation isn't pure zealotry. I see, okay. I thought that was unique to the Sisterhood of the Knot, with the ones that show up in the Sweet Bones, but apparently not. This time, we can grab a true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Rasputin? Sometimes you just say something, and I don't understand what you mean. Other way, we have horns and ivories here. We can grab that. And this one is a fear book. Railful Little Priest. Oh! Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. I see. Alright. Now, it is almost midnight, so I probably do need to wrap this up sometime soon, because I've been going for a good 6 hours now. So I think this will be our last day. But I have had quite a bit of fun today. Thank you for coming again, Base. Thank you for showing up, Copper Dinosaur. It's been wonderful having you both. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And okay, what should I do here? It's raining, which means that do I have anything that I can read? Deratio Clercum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the tool. That is good memory. I can make it to 6 nectar, I think. Got the nectar desk, of course. You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Let's see here. The knife. As usual, let's spend some time working for money. Yes, okay. Add the other core. Get assistance from Mrs. Keel. Got horns and ivories. Day's work is a night's dreaming. Rows. Oh, the Grail's totally valid. Part 2. Sky, that's probably... Yeah, I think I use SC for scale. Though I should probably be consistent with that. Hold on. Edge and 2 scale. Did I have any memories that I could use that were Grail related? I think I actually might be missing those. Or unless, no. There was Satisfaction. Satisfaction. I remember that. That was Theckrey's Herbery had Satisfaction. Relevant painting or other wall art, and possibly a memory. I'm pretty sure there's some things that give memories of taste, right? And isn't the taste memory a nectar one? Nectar sword wall art. Torg's foil, yes. Okay, that'll work. So that's one, and we need one more. Scent as nectar comes from vegetables. Let's see. So I should just eat it? Instead of identifying it as any of these individual things, I just eat the sack. Don't ID, just eat. Yeah. All right, I'll go for it. Oh, geez, I need the memory, like... I'm gonna be losing one of the memory possibilities because of timing. Need to, gonna give Mrs. Keel spice scales. You're very lucky that I had two memories. Okay, here we go. Memory sent. Oh, thank God. Okay. Got the spice scales. And we've now got the satisfaction memory. And there we go. Torg's foil. Bingo. Okay, so this book, in English the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Ever's fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus Bacata, the yew, is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who is suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should... Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of Howard yew gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. Right, so... Ah, this one gives us an earth sign. Excellent. We'll put a temporary storage for that somewhere here. Let's go with... We've got 2 lessons for Rites of the Roots. Nectar to scale. One set of Rites of the Roots I do want to add. Now we've got 7 Grail. But for now, I'm just going to use on the Rose-Haunted Hall. The room is rife with climbing roses, tangled in the lamps, sprawled across the table. The blossoms are a deep, deep red, one of those colors not often seen in waking life, and their perfume makes my head swim. Another of Von Lauren's protections, or something else. In any case, it'll be arduous, careful work to clear it. We've got Rites of the Roots, which I'm immediately going to level up. There we go. You know, I've never understood this description of weaving and not working. He 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 he. He. Valentine DeWolf. What the heck's up with you, man? There we go. We now have the refectory. There's a heart-haunted room. Alright, excellent. Now we have 2 nectar things. Herbs and infusions and Rites of the Roots. And Rites of the Roots especially is going to make things much easier in the future, because that's a 3 nectar skill now. Speaking of which, it's either Preservation or the Bosque. I'll need to level up herbs and infusions too first, though. What if I used this occult scrap? Transformations and Liberations does not appear to have a functional 5-moth recipe. Edict's Liminal makes Tanglebrag. Rites of the Roots also makes Tanglebrag. What about Rose? No, that's just another salt sign. Oh well. Looks like I'm actually not going to be able to use all of my skills today. I think I left the time running in the background while I was checking things. Oops. Ah well. I don't necessarily have to be perfectly efficient every single day. Especially when we're wrapping up at almost exactly midnight. Not playing competitive Book of Hours. No, I play extremely casual Book of Hours. What's today's weather? Ooh. Actually, you know what? One more day. I want to see what I can do with this. Because I feel like it's something. Do I have a book I can read? I could get Oronoscopy. 3, 4. 5, 6. 7. I could get as high as 7 Sky. 10 is maybe a bit too high for me right now. I sworn I had something that was 8 Sky. There's the Fallen Cross, of course. Although, actually, hold on. Okay. So curses explicitly don't spread. This affects Fet and Faust. If I read this book with my core, everything should be fine. Right? Hopefully everything should be fine. Alright, we got one more day, which means effectively one more room. I grab Mrs. Keel again. I think she has 2 Grail. Arab makes 4. Adding Satisfaction should make 6. And to get to 8, I would need... the Spice Scale? Mr. Keel is living his best life, to be honest. You are absolutely right. You know, maybe I don't even need the Spice Scale. Maybe I just give some Domain Raveline. Yeah, it's doable. Okay. Use Core to speak with Mrs. Keel. Use a shilling to get her help. Arab. Right, I forgot to check this stuff. No, nothing, nothing Sky related. meantime, I will, Right, satisfaction. I need to reread Thackeray's Herbery. Got something for you today, Mrs. Keel. Some of the Domaine Raveline. Says, speech is a wound, silence is silver. There is no silver door, nor can there be, even in the moon's house. Mrs. Keel knew the original makers of that particular vintage. Lovely. The Humors of a Gentleman. Ah, this one. Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. As I recall, this book actually gives us gossip. That's one of the ones I actually remember from the other save file. And just about 30 more seconds before we can get started there. Okay. And I can identify this. Without language, there can be no words. Without words, there can be no message. But only in silence can there be no error, and lo, even in that beginning, in that first of messages, an error. Thus did we enter the house. Coronoscopy and regret. Ask Vac about that nonsense. Forge into winter. Wrapped in the king. Detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. It's another earth sign. Persistent memory, by the way. Yep, I remember that earth signs are persistent. Skill. Just need this satisfaction memory. Then we should be good. So let's see if we can turn this regret into anything. That's bitter black salts. More bitter black salts. Westcott's compounds. Yeah, let's go with bitter black salts. Let's wait. Yeah, maybe winter would be more appropriate. You have whist after all. Eigengrau. Sights and sensations really are only winter skill? Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, I made Westcott's compounds earlier. Put the metal back in. I would have to add something that had 3 forge. It would have to be liquid or a fuel. Something to think about. Alternatively, if I were to use the winter aspect of it, I don't believe I have those at the moment. Sights and sensations. Crush a flower in. Yes, okay, so this is how I make. Here. If I use my blue crown, I still need 3 more winter from something. Wolf snow is otherwise useless. And I can just get that from, like, the sea, right? Yeah. There we go. Let's make some Solomon's preparation. From boxes and stuff. But, like, I'm pretty sure that you can get boxes... once you're out of boxes in the house, you can get them from, like, Crowcross Sands or something along those lines. I remember being able to do that. Speaking of which... the light in this room dims in pulses of sunset red over and over, and a half-heard heartbeat that matches the crashing of the waves below. It'll need careful exorcism from someone attuned to these influences. Right. And we now have oronoscopy. And we got a U-blank. I've never found a good place to store these darn blanks of wood. They're just hard to deal with. Got our Solomon's preparation. Actually, let's put this one right where the wolf snow was in Solomon's study. Make the old man happy. You know, it occurs to me, do you think that Hushery, like the actual branch of the Tree of Wisdom's Hushery, might have been named after Solomon Husher? Ah, mackerel. Complete with a tin. I think I had a different name before, but he was the scholar of it. Yep, that's what I thought. So can I... could have sworn you could order, kerosene or something. I guess not. think that's the last of our plates that have stopped spinning for the night. Oh, we made some serious progress today from where we started. We basically opened up the entire Abbey area, aside from this tower and this, like, one little thing here. And we had started with, like, just this center area going across. As well as basically just over to the servants' quarters. And everything else... That was all today, along with the Motley Tower. Oh god, it's Gale again. Okay, I'm saving this one for next time. Made the last half of my workday fly. I'm supposed to be keeping the screwdriver in this experiment, but it was fine, I'm sure. Yeah, everything's fine. Might not want to go into work tomorrow. I think people might be mad at you. Oh yeah, and we opened up this room. That's got 2 packages. 2 boxes of rarities. Various paints. Kerosene and paraffin. Bolt of silk. Ah! Another edge tool. Turbid bullet. But yeah. We did a lot today. Well, that was, how long did I stream for? Almost 6.5 hours, wow. Alrighty. Well, I proved my point about being able to play this for ages. Let's go ahead and raid someone. Senti. Yeah. Love a good lore discussion. Have a good day. I should drive home now, though. Definitely do that. Alright, let's go ahead and, raid out. /raid. We're gonna raid Senti Per. And, yeah, thank you everyone so much for coming. I had a great time as always, and I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, right. In 5 seconds. And... Alright, let's go. Bye-bye. Raid.